Alrighty, chins. It's been a minute. It's been a piping hot minute. So why don't we go ahead and get things going? Let me close one thing right here, and I think we got everything where it's supposed to be. Yes, yes. All right, let's do it. I moved some things around last minute, so I need to get used to a new layout. There we go. Hi, hello everyone. Happy Choomsday. It's been a week. It's been a whole ding dang week since last we saw each other. Hope you're all doing well. I hope it has been a good week. I hope you're all doing okay with the heat. It's certainly not as bad here as it is some places, but not great. Can't say I'm a big fan of it. Should be only one more day, and then they're promising it's gonna get better. But the travels were good. It was busy. There were definitely some things that were not fun. There were a couple of things that were really annoying, and we got there. So we got there fine. I'm a hot weather wimp. I am too. I am not a fan of hot weather. We got a floor AC unit, so I've got it going right behind me, and it's helping. It's helping, but with both computers running for the streams, like, yeah, I need this, or I would not be in here. I would not be running the stream if we were just trying to like cool the room with a fan. But yeah, hope you're keeping safe. Keep hydrated. It's very important. Very, very essential. Speaking of which, I'm gonna have a little water right now. Yeah, how's your week been, everyone? How are y'all doing? Let me say hi to you guys. Hello, Standing. Good to see ya. Good to have you with us. Stay cool, chill. Hello, lurkers and teleVOD watchers. I missed you guys. It's good to be back. So where were we? Let's see. Yeah, so the last stream was a week ago. And then after that, I did the big bike ride. I wanted to get it in before we left for the trip. Pretty good. Had a fun weekend for nice. Nice. Glad you enjoyed yourself. Sorry, I got lost off track for a second. So yeah, I did the big bike ride. So I have officially hit the 50-mile record, which was, so my goal for the end of the summer is 60. So we are well on the way to doing that. You guys doing anything? Excuse me. Anything particular Standing, or are you just kind of hanging out? Kind of a chill time. So yeah, that was really cool. And I'm a little sad because tomorrow's gonna be really stupid hot, and I'm like, yeah, I shouldn't bike. I should not bike in that weather, especially. So we are not like Toronto levels of smoke, but we do have some wildfires that are making things hazy and unpleasant. So not a good combination of elements to try and what's the word? Exercise it and do strenuous activity, as they say. Hello, Mage. Happy Choomsday. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you've had a good week. It's been a minute. But yeah, Wednesday was great for it. Tomorrow I'm probably gonna have to skip just to keep safe. But get back to that as soon as I can. And then yeah, Thursday was the drive. That went fine. Honestly, it was a pretty normal one. I would say nothing particularly good or bad about it. Got all the way there. Everything was fine. Heading back to the hotel that night, find out headlight burned out. It was fair. It's like, the car is like 15 years old. They go out eventually, but it just sucks. It's like, well, now I gotta deal with that. And so we were having like a big get together. Normally when I go visit family, it's a very sort of laid back thing of like it's just us and we're just sort of hanging out and maybe we'll see some other people. But we had extended family from out of town flying in. So it was a whole ding damn thing. And, credit to the people that were, putting the effort in to organize everything. It went great, right? Everyone showed up where they needed to. We had activities, we had food, everyone had a good time. Nothing went wrong, no one got hurt. It went great. It's just, it's that thing of like you're trying to corral like 24 people and get everyone to do the same. It's stressful, right? It's just a lot to figure out. But thankfully, everything went really well. Everyone had a really good time. I think even the kids had a good time, which is always hard to make happen. But it was good. And thankfully, we were thinking it was going to be a really bad weekend, like it was going to be, hot and kind of hazy and everything, but we got a bit of a break. It was not as bad as expected. And, we had family coming in from the Midwest who are dealing with like 100-degree temperature with humidity or 90s with humidity. And so for them, it's like, this place is awesome. This is paradise. Even when it's hot for us, for them, it's nothing. So it's like, cool. Glad we could give you guys a break. Oh yeah, we did some fun stuff. None of it was like super crazy, like, oh, we're gonna have this big itinerary that we're gonna, like do by dad's like we have a couple of things maybe that we're doing each day, right? It's like this is the big thing that we're doing today, so just be here at this time and then we'll do it and then we'll kind of figure it out from there. I think that was fine, right? I think if we had tried to have a more involved itinerary than that, a more involved plan, then things would have gone pear-shaped. But it was good. It was a good time. Still got to relax a little bit and here and there. The other thing that was not fun, and I'm still kind of kicking myself about this, I got lucky, all things considered, but I'm still mad about it. One of the things that we had was downtown. And, since I drove there, I was using my car a lot, moving myself and other people around. And so we parked downtown. We didn't get into the parking garage that we were told to get into because driving around downtown fucking sucks. And we just found one and we were like, okay, fine, this is good. Did not see. Apparently it's a really shit parking garage. And so we, go about, we do our day activities. And I suppose, honestly, this might have been almost like, I'm going to call it a silver lining. I guess I forgot to lock my car. I thought I did. But I come back and it's unlocked. Some of the stuff has been rifled through. Thankfully, the only thing that seemed to have gone missing were I had an audio cable and a USB cable, for plugging my phone into. And someone had taken those because, they needed the copper to fuel whatever vice of choice they were on, right? It's just because I guess stripping a USB cable for copper is a good way to make money. I don't know. So that was not fun. I'm still kicking myself about that. But where I feel like there's a bit of a silver lining is, after we got home, I was looking at it, and like I said, the garage we were in gets really bad reviews. It's like 1.5 stars or something. And everyone is complaining about the lack of security and getting their cars broken into. And a lot of people had posted photos of their windows getting smashed in. So, for some people who can unlock, It's possible they figured out how to spoof it or force the lock. I don't know. Um, I feel like it was probably just one of those things of, I wasn't thinking about it too hard and I might have just not hit the lock button. I don't know. I'm not gonna I'm gonna be more careful about it, but I'm not gonna dwell on like the play by play of whether I, did exactly the right thing. Yeah, so there are people that like, yeah, my window got smashed in and then they took everything. So the fact that like if they had wanted to, kind of to your point, Sandy, is like if they had wanted to take the stuff out of my car, they probably would have done it anyway. So I guess it's better that they could just get to it easily. And it's a couple of cables, right? It was an inconvenience for sure, but it's not gonna break anything to replace them. It wasn't anything super valuable or irreplaceable. And I'm like, fucking fine, whatever. But yeah, it's just one of those things that like it kind of tacks up and you're just like, man. So yeah, there were a couple of things that made it a bit of a rough trip overall, but it was fun. It was good, and obviously, I always love getting to see my family and spend time with them. Obviously, this was a much busier visit than we usually do, but I didn't mind it. It was good. It was good. We got to have some more chill time as well. Unfortunately, did not get any photos of the dog. She made very limited appearances this time. She's a very nervous little thing. So, I got to say hello a little bit, but she is as much as she is like shy and scared of anything, she is doubly camera shy. So getting a photo from her is a blessing. Um, so yeah, but it was good. I did work on, so I didn't get a lot done for the debut. I did have another idea. Thankfully, not a big thing. So I think this will be easy enough to sort of roll into everything else. But at some point, I need to just like put a cap and say, this is everything that I'm going to aim to do for the debut. And that's it. I think I'm at that point, right? But I'm putting together a checklist of like, okay, here are all of the things that I have planned. I just need to make sure that I actually get through all of them. It's getting there. It's getting there. I think we'll manage next month. See if I were if I were to do a star citizen on it, I would need to be making money. Like I would need to be convincing you guys to give me like a lot more money. Also, technically, the stream is already up and running, so this would be more like me promising that we're going to have a stream by 2027 or 28 and showing you guys like the stuff and giving you ideas of like, here's what the stream will be, but here's kind of what it is right now. And what it is not what we're saying it's going to be. I'm still Sources is still a little in the doghouse for me. I've heard it's doing better. I've heard the current state of the game is much improved over where it was in May. But I'm still kind of a mindset of just like, I'll get back to you guys. I have other games that I want to play. I have other things that I'm spending my time on, and it's kind of just not worth it at the moment to like I don't mind looking at it and thinking about it and talking about it, but spending the time to play it is more than I'm willing to put in right now. I'd rather revisit Dune a little bit. I've been playing a lot of Against the Storm. I'm really enjoying that game. Um, I picked up Prince of Persia. I played that for a little bit, and then I kind of put it down. Haven't played Deadlock in a minute. I meant to ping folks and be like, hey, anyone want to pick this up again? It's been a minute. I know one person, I see them jump on periodically, but everyone else I feel like has been busy with other stuff and just hasn't been too thinking about it too much. I feel like that happens so often with games that it's just like nothing really changed. I just got busy with other things, right? My attention got drawn elsewhere, and I just kind of stopped thinking about it. It's not that it like went bad. I just whatever. Um, yeah, it's been I think at least a few weeks since everyone jumped in and played together. We should see if people want to go. Who wants to suffer in the lanes again? Um, let's see. So yeah, the trip was obviously most of the time off, right? I just got back yesterday and kind of just like flopped out. I was because I had to drive back, and thankfully that was also unremarkable, right? There wasn't really. I'm going to be completely honest. I am fine to say that a trip, like the actual travel, was unremarkable, right? Like it wasn't anything particularly good, but nothing happened, right? Nothing noteworthy or particularly interesting happened. We left and we got here and we're good. So yeah, I do need to figure out the headlight thing with the car, but beyond that, it's like, all right, it's fine. Um, anything else? I don't know. We did. So one of the things that we got to do that was honestly a lot of fun. And we rented some canoes, and I don't know. I guess I'm in that point in my life of like, I should buy a boat. I don't want like a a motor boat, right? I don't want the meme one of like getting a vessel. I want like a kayak or something. And we were sort of discussing the merits of different kayaks and paddle boards and all these various like marine devices, etc. No, I wouldn't want to get like a boat that you need to dock somewhere, right? Because one, costs way too much. Two, upkeep. Three, I don't know. Like I want to be a kayak. Just seems like it'd be more fun. A boat, you're just kind of standing on the water, and you're like, okay. Also, I get seasick. You wouldn't think it, but I did. Um, while we were there, we saw one guy was there with his partner, had a fold out kayak, which I had never seen before because I've seen inflatables and I've seen, the hard shell kayaks are just like a single unit end to end. And this is kind of in the middle, like it's multiple pieces and then they fold together and lock in place, which I don't fully get how that's possible, but the family who boat said the two happiest times they had when owning the boat was buying and selling. See, I feel like I would need to have kids for this, but if I got a boat, I would be very tempted to name it the sunk cost. I don't have enough parent energy to pull that off, but be really good. Um, so yeah, I saw that and I'm like, well, that's interesting. But yeah, we had this whole conversation about like benefits of paddle boarding versus kayaking, and I don't know, maybe at the end of the summer when all the summer equipment, the sports stores are trying to get rid of it and they put it on sale, maybe we'll see if there's like a paddle board or something for reasonably cheap and be like, yes, that is mine now. But I don't know. That's kind of like next summer stuff. Speaking of which, so I've been talking about the long bike ride that I want to do next summer, right? The 200 and change mile bike ride. That's sort of what I'm training for right now. Apparently, one of my parents' friends has done it multiple times. And not like, oh, they did it way. No, like they've done it recently. And I think they said they did the entire thing in a single day. And I'm just like, how? But apparently it is not a very hard ride. So maybe I'm over preparing for it, but I would rather be over prepared than under prepared and crash out halfway through and be like, I need a bus, I gotta go home. But it'll be fun. I'm still aiming for it. And the feeling that I have right now is if I can get up to 60 miles and do that really comfortably, then especially with it being a reasonably easy ride, I can do 100. The real challenge at that point would then be, okay, but now you have to do another 100 the next day. And that's just kind of like, okay. I'll figure it out. That's next July's problem. That's next July. Yes, but no. Oh, come on. I'm sure it'll be easy. You just gotta do the entire thing twice. uh, yeah, I think the rest of the month is pretty chill. There's a show that I want to go to next week, and I was a little annoyed. I got the tickets for it, but I had to download their fuck ass app. It was like, you know, I bought the tickets, but then I will have to download the app and sign in, and then my tickets are tied to the account, and so I have to show them that way. I'm just like, everyone has a fucking app. It's so dumb. It's so dumb, and I hate it, and it's stupid, and it's ugly, and it's butts. I mean, I downloaded the app. I'm just gonna delete it as soon as the show is over. But it's just annoying. It's just annoying. The one thing that I did appreciate was the price of the ticket that they showed was there was some term that they used, but it was the sum cost, right? It was all the fees, all the taxes, everything, all tallied up before you even buy it. So it's like, this is how much it will cost you to go to the show. And I'm like, that's nice. I appreciate that because a lot of places will be like, well, here's the ticket plus the service fee plus the license fee plus the middle finger fee plus taxes. plus additional fees, plus the we hate you fees. So it ends up being like 50% more than what it says it is. So that was cool. Now that part I appreciate. I just don't appreciate having to download another app to my phone just to go to a show. You know, I know why they want to do it. It's like, well, now we have your account and we can sell that to people. But I don't know. Minor inconvenience at the end of the day, I suppose. But I still don't like it. So yeah, I got that. I might take another trip next month. Maybe next month. Figure it out. We'll figure it out. One other thing, we can get sort of jumping into the artwork pretty soon, but one other thing, I am excited, and I gotta keep it a secret because it's for the debut, but I did get one of the commissions back. That is done. It is ready to go. I saw it. I loved it. I might have cried a little. It's very good, and I really want to show you guys, but you're just gonna have to trust and wait for a little bit. But it's really good. I am kind of glad that I reached out to people when I did. Like, there was definitely a hope that we would be getting closer to the debut than we are, but it's also like, okay, it's taking me so long to get to this point that all of the people that I commissioned, like, yeah, no stress. No stress. There's so much time for you guys to get your stuff done. Don't even worry about it. Um, yeah, yeah. I don't know. Like, what did we do? Honestly, why don't we go ahead? I froze for a second there. Okay. Honestly, I feel that way sometimes. All right. I think we're good. So while oh, you know what I think it might be? I forgot to turn my lights on because it's warm in here and I didn't want to turn the light on. They're LED lights. They don't really generate heat. I don't know why I'm complaining. I'm just being a little butt about it. Right, so I'm going to put you over there, and then I'm going to come over here. Streaming in the dark. Honestly, if I were streaming in the dark, it would be a lot cooler. That sounds nice. Is that an option? Okay, and then we got that. And that's all ready to go. Okay, good. Yes. So, what are we doing today? What's the plan? The plan, such as we ever dare to have a plan. So, I was going to work on this later, but and we'll still have a lot of time to work on this, like way more than we actually need as far as deadlines are concerned. I wanted to do a little something for No Man's Sky because August will mark the 10-year anniversary of the launch of the game back in 2016. And so I was thinking, it's like, oh, so we'll probably start on that like the first week of August and, you know, have it ready about for when the birthday or the anniversary would happen. The anniversary is August 9th, which is still like 3 weeks away, but it's also 3 weeks away. And I'm like, oh, okay, so let's just go ahead and work on this now. We'll get it done with time to spare, and then we'll figure out the next thing. Because I'm not out of ideas. I don't have zero ideas. I'm just sort of trying to figure out when I want to do stuff and, you know, come up with a bit more of a backlog as well. All right, I keep reaching. It's hot. I need my mama. So remember those early. I I do. I was an outsider. I did not buy the game at launch, but I definitely remember the shitstorm. Cause it was a big one. It was a very big, very ugly shitstorm. So yeah. I kind of want to, I wouldn't quite say like revisit the original idea, or like we did a drawing like 4 years ago of No Man's Sky back when I was sort of really getting into it. So some things from that will carry over, but more just sort of like a new piece. I lived through the shitstorm. I feel like everyone has that game. Everyone has that game of you go through the hype, you believe it, you buy into it, and then you get let down and you're like, oh my God. And then you're like, never again. They never did any sort of like, so I know there are a couple of things that sort of behave like, what might you say? Like rewards for being there in the early days, like the starter ship has changed over time. So if you have the original starter ship, you can't get it anymore, and it's kind of an exclusive. I know there's stuff like that, but I don't think they ever created like a an I lived through the shitstorm badge for any of their early players and early backers. Well, I say backers. They didn't have backers because they never like kickstarted it or anything. But yeah, you get my meaning. I don't know. No Man's Sky is such a strange game to me. It is one of my favorite games that I almost never play. I love what the game has accomplished and what it has become and what it represents. And I'm not even going to say it's a bad game. It's not a bad game anymore. It's just, I don't know. Like, it's a game that I will play for a little bit and I'm like, this is good. And then I just get kind of bored, distracted. I don't know. It's a weird one for me. Because I definitely appreciate it. I dare even say I love it. It's just, it's kind of not a game like specifically for me. I guess. I guess. It's hard to say, like, oh, what would be the thing that if they did this, I would be happy with it. I don't know. I can't say like what exactly is my particular thing. It just doesn't stick. Doesn't stick for very long. So I was watching a video earlier. Extra Credits put out a video. A couple days ago, but I only just got around to it because, sort of catching up on my feeds. So apparently there is a rumor going around, just a rumor right now, that Disney might make a move to acquire Epic might attempt to buy Epic Games. Which would be not good. Well, and I would definitely recommend watching the extra credits video because they, they had a lot of good thoughts that I'm, largely going to sort of paraphrase or, sort of add my own little amendments to. But I would definitely recommend watching the video because I think they do a good job of covering it. But I believe there was sort of essentially there's, I guess you could say, two big things. One was what they sort of opened the episode with, was a while back, Fortnite did a live concert in the game, right? So you bought tickets to this concert and you played in the game, and you as your character, your avatar, was sort of in this virtual concert space with the singer and the performance going on virtually. And so that propels Fortnite from not just being a game, it becomes a space that people have experiences in, right? Like, it really sucks to say, and it feels dirty in my mouth, but Fortnite arguably is one of the only metaverses that has succeeded. Which kind of makes sense. Like, a metaverse, the problem with all of the metaverses that people have tried to make, Facebook and the like, is they try to make a platform to serve as the metaverse without having anything to do on the platform. Right? So people are looking at it like, okay, but why would I go there? They put a big empty lot out and tried to advertise it as the future. And everyone went, but there's nothing here, right? There's no lot. There's no activity. You're just showing us a space and saying trust. Whereas Fortnite established something to do, established a reason for the space, and then could continue to build it out and make it more involved, more capable. So, one of the arguments that Extra Credits was essentially making is that Disney is in the business of creating experiences and controlling the spaces in which people create or have experiences, right? Going to the theme parks, watching the movies. And then, the merchandise sort of creates a positive feedback loop of, oh yeah, I got this thing of this franchise I really like, this movie that I really like. It creates positive feedback. It creates, you have it in your house, and it makes you think about that Disney thing that you really liked, and you're more likely to stay engaged with it. And, it goes around and around and around. And, you know, I think to some degree, Disney is seeing, like, we have essentially this culture that is going more and more online, and the online space is more and more capable of supporting events and platforms for socialization and experience making. Right? People have friends that they have never met in person, but they talk to every day online. And they have, you know, these strong emotional attachments to virtual spaces where, you know, getting people to try and book a physical vacation can be a real fucking nightmare. So Disney might see Epic as a way to sort of get a foothold in a virtual space, a virtual environment that is sort of already managed to establish itself, rather than doing the Facebook mistake of, well, we're going to build it from the ground up and have nothing to put on it. So that's one of the arguments. The other one, which I think is not unreasonable, is that the Unreal Engine has become extremely important, not just for game development, but for kind of all of entertainment. Like Rogue One and The Mandalorian used Unreal Engine for at least part of their visual effects pipeline. You know, the big, there's a fancy term for it, and I can't be bothered to remember. The big visual stage that they shot The Mandalorian on, you know, the big panoramic one that they used instead of a green screen setup. One of the benefits of it was not just, oh, you know, we have this green screen that we need to edit out, and, you know, instead of having like an actual background behind our characters. One of the other benefits was it was being rendered in real time. So if they did a take and they were like, oh, can we actually like change the lighting to do this instead? Or can we like take this part out because it's cutting into the shot in a really weird way and we don't like that? They had the ability to edit it because they were in the scene in real time, as opposed to, you know, the typical thing of, well, we'll shoot it in front of the blue screen and then we'll splice it together later and see how it all comes out. And then discover that there's a problem, right? And probably what you would wind up with is like, well, maybe we can call people back for reshoots, but maybe not, right? That might just be the shoot that we have because they've already moved on to another project and we just got to figure out how to make this work. So it's honestly a really nice technology and it's very beneficial to the process. But imagine being Disney, imagine being John Mouse and seeing, okay, so we have this technology that we are licensing that is effectively essential to our creative pipeline for these projects now. What happens if a competitor buys it? What if a competitor buys it and then doesn't let us use it anymore because they don't like it or they want to keep it proprietary? What are we supposed to do then? I was talking about this with my roommate. One of the points that they made is, Disney used to have a game publishing division and they scrapped it, they canned it because they're like, this whole video game thing is not, it's not real money. It's not, it's not really working for us. We're not really convinced by it. So we're just gonna sort of shut that whole side of the business down and we're not too worried about it. And that was how EA ended up getting the exclusive rights to Star Wars for like a decade because they were able to convince Disney. Disney was like, well, we're a big corporation, you're a big corporation, and you guys make video games, so we would be better off just licensing the franchise to you, and then you can make the video games, and then we both make money. And that did not go great. There's a reason that Disney sort of reconsidered and started licensing Star Wars out to many more developers after the Battlefront 2 fiasco. Remember that? But in the intervening years, Disney has had a number of big name successes, right? They've had Marvel Rivals, the Spider-Man games, the Guardians of the Galaxy game, I don't think sold super well, but it was well done. So I think they've sort of started to recognize, like, oh yeah, these video games they can make a lot of money. Oh, we should get in on this. Right? They're sort of coming back around to the idea and reevaluating whether it's a good idea to be on the sideline or not, or just license it out. So, that could potentially be sort of a third reason of them going, well, if we just buy Epic, these Epic fellas, they know how to make video games, right? They're good at video game making. So we don't need to try and do it ourselves. We'll just buy them and tell them to do it. And that'll be great. And then we don't need to like spin up our own studios, put a bunch of money into it. We can just buy someone that already knows how to do it. And that'll be great. Whatever your opinion on Epic making video games looks like right now. So yeah, I don't know, going through the video, listening to their reasoning, I'm like, yeah, this makes sense. I don't like it, but it does seem plausible. Go ahead. I'm not saying. So I think at the end of the day, for me, it doesn't. The big question that would sort of impact myself and I think impact a lot of the industry would be, so if Disney does do this and they do end up getting the rights to the Unreal Engine, I don't think they're going to do a lot to the engine itself, right? Why would they? But what would they do to its accessibility, right? Would they start charging a monthly fee or an annual fee or something just to get access to using the engine at all? Because part of what makes Unreal very appealing is you don't pay for it until you make money. You have to make like something like $100,000 in profit before you start paying Epic anything. Which is nice, right? So, you can be a student or hobbyist or an independent developer. You can be a proper indie dev studio with employees and start making your game in Unreal. And you don't owe Epic anything until you finish and release the project and sell it for money and make money. And then they take a cut. So that's really nice for all of us small folk. But I feel like, much like the way Hasbro has an incredible capability of interfering with and fucking up everything Wizards of the Coast does, not absolving Wizards of all blame, but, I think it raises a real question of how much would Disney want to start interfering with Epic's operations to try and maximize money off of it. Ms. Disney? Exactly. And let's not forget, there is a Disney-like company in the gaming space already. It's called Nintendo. Like, Nintendo has a very similar mode of thinking and operation to what Disney does. Is, we have these games, these experiences that are, very impactful to, they create generational familiarity. So frankly, like, I feel like the apocalyptic struggle that would just see society burn would be a battle between Nintendo's lawyers and Disney's lawyers. I don't know which of them would be more. I don't know. That might just trigger World War III. It might. But if you told me Disney was going to come into the gaming space and with their ownership of Unreal Engine be just as what's the word, litigious as they are with all their other properties, it's like, well, that's gonna do irreparable harm to the industry at large. And, you know, maybe somewhere down the line, we might see another engine sort of pick up the slack, but it would take years for someone to sort of get up to the level of capability and support that Unreal has been able to achieve already. So hopefully it doesn't happen. But it does make sense if it does. And that's concerning. So yeah, I saw that and was like, well, this seems terrible. One second. Gotta stir up my tea. I was gonna pour it out and I realized it was not all mixed together. All the good stuff sank to the bottom. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. There we go. Stay hydrated, chat. That's good tea. One of the topics that we got on, just sort of on the subject of video games and the creative industries and all that. The family was sort of talking about this at one point. So I'm trying to figure out sort of where to start with it. Question came up about House of the Dragon, because apparently that show is still going. I did not realize that it was. And so, yeah, was asking, like, had we watched it? And I said, no. I don't know. I'd seen some ads for it, and I was like, oh, okay, that's there. I might check it out. I've not watched any of it. And frankly, I'm not that interested in watching it. I think kind of why a lot of people were surprised that it was still going. But we sort of, one of the points that I made was you look at, if you had to name like the top 3 major, let's say, pay-per-view shows, right? Something sort of that same caliber as Game of Thrones. It doesn't mean as much anymore that you had to subscribe for Game of Thrones because you have to fucking subscribe for everything now. But, at the time, before streaming services became just everything, right? There were some shows, there were pay-per-view shows. I know. Zoomers, sit down. we're about to tell you some wild shit here. But streaming used to be like an unusual thing. It wasn't just the norm. Good. There's a hiccup. Okay, yeah, temperatures are steady. Actually not bad in here now. Anyway. But yeah, if you have to do like the top 3 biggest pay-per-view shows, subscription shows, it would probably be Game of Thrones, The Sopranos, and a tie between Breaking Bad and The Walking Dead. And creatively, thematically, basically on any metric, those shows have nothing to do with each other. They're all completely unrelated in any way, shape, or form, right? They're just, someone had a good idea and made it work, right? They figured out, like, this is what we want to do, this is how we're going to do it, and they had a solid vision to see over the finish line, and they did. To varying degrees of success. Walking Dead got real weird, and Game of Thrones quite famously melted down in its final 2 seasons. But all of that said, you got Game of Thrones, and then every other platform tried to find their Game of Thrones, right? Amazon had Rings of Power, Netflix had The Witcher. Everyone was like, okay, what can be our medieval fantasy show? And to some degree, I get it, especially after Game of Thrones, went sideways. Is kind of like, well, there's still potentially an appetite for this. So if we can get something that appeases that appetite, then people will gravitate over to our platform. That makes a little bit of sense. I get it from that angle. But, if you're trying to hit like the next big one, the next completely original, new, cultural touchstone, the history tells you it's not going to be by doing the same thing. Because everyone that has become the big thing has gone and done their own thing. And you got to figure out what thing, like, what are you just going to take a shot on and go, okay, yeah, that was it. But you're kind of shooting in the dark a little bit. You know, you can make some calculated judgments of like, oh, well, this seems like a fairly solid bet. Crime dramas seem to be always popular, like throughout much of history, but not always necessarily the most popular or the most profitable, right? So it's still a bit of a gamble of how much do you want to sort of bank on doing something with like a. It's like, okay, well, we'll probably get some measure of success if we try to do a crime drama, but is that going to be the most successful? Is that going to take off like nothing else? It's a second hiccup. What the fuck? Oh my god, I have Live 2D left open. That'll do it. I think Live 2D has like a periodic function that it runs or something, autosave or I don't know. I don't know what it is, but just like periodically it'll do a particular task and that seems to sort of cause the rest of the computer to hiccup for a second. I did that once. I was playing Deadlock and I had Live 2D left open and my game would stutter periodically and I'm crashing out like, why am I don't get present? Oh. Oh yeah, that'll do it. You know, I'm kind of reminded of it was like back in the 90s or the early 2000s, Apple's board managed to vote Steve Jobs out of the head of the company and brought in a CEO from Coke or Pepsi or some soda conglomerate. I'm like, well, this guy runs Coke. They're a smart businessmen. They know how to run a business. I'll bet they'll do real great running this computer company. It was a disaster. It was a disaster because they didn't know shit about computers. They didn't know shit about what people wanted from computers. They just tried to run it like the company that they knew, and it wasn't compatible. And so they ended up getting Steve Jobs back, and then he was like, "Sup, bitches, here's the iPad, or the iPod." And the world lost its mind, and we're still living in the post brain rot society that has sprang from that specific moment when Steve showed up in a turtleneck with a little white box and condemned the world to doom. Thanks, Steve. Not his fault, but turns out that was a canon event. This should actually be taut, so there shouldn't be a wrinkle down here. Oh my god, it's Red House! Hello, Raiders. Hello, Allie. Happy Choomsday to you all. How are you doing? How was your stream? I'll give you one of these. Unsighted. I have not heard of that. How was it? How was your stream? How are you guys doing? For those of you who do not know, my name is Choomsday Kaiga. I go by Kaiga. I'm a Jupiter Brain Cell VTuber. I make art and I play games and I chill with the tunes and try and be funny, and I'm generally not funny. But hello! Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're all doing well. I hope the week has been treating you well. Hope you're all staying cool, staying hydrated. Taking care of yourselves, please. Speaking of which, Allie, if you or any of your lovely chatters need to go take care of yourselves, do some after stream care, get something to eat, drink, clean up, rest, whatever you gotta do, please. Please do take care of yourselves. But you are welcome to hang out. We are working on a little bit of some No Man's Sky artwork, celebrating their 10-year anniversary coming up. Top-down action game with lesbian robots. I bet. I will have to look into that because that sounds fascinating. Yes, you're welcome to hang out. We're just talking about trying to be creative. Talk about games and movies being a business. And we just want to have a good time. We just want to be free. Free to do what we want to do. I feel like I should put more detail into this outfit, but well, I mean, I'm referencing the drawing that I did years ago. I'm kind of looking. I do have some of the artwork from No Man's Sky itself up, so maybe we'll add a couple more little details, but I don't feel like I want to go too crazy with it, you know? No Man's Sky has a pretty, like, well-balanced aesthetic. It's got a lot of good little, like, greebling, just so things feel, like, well-built and believable, but it's not overly complex, you know? It's good. I'm really hoping we hear something from Light No Fire next month. I feel like between the 10-year anniversary and Gamescom, it seems like the perfect time to be like, hey, so here's that game that we like told you guys about like a year ago, and then we just kind of disappeared. Yeah, we can tell you more now. It's like, you know, X far along, or here's another look at it. That would be nice. I would appreciate that. But I do feel like Hello Games is probably also, I don't know, their strategy in the past has been to keep their heads down and not say a lot, and then just make things and let us know when it's ready, right? Because they did the whole big press tour leading up to the release of No Man's Sky, and that was a disaster, right? That just kind of exploded, and not like the cool explosion, the very, like, oh my god, explosion. I mean, lots of gore and shit and screaming. And so their, answer to that was, okay, we're just gonna disappear for a while and fix the game. And people were saying like, oh, they took the money and ran, dead game. It was a scam, it was a bait and switch. And turns out, no, they were just working on fixing everything. And they did. Took them a while. Took them a few years just to get the game like into a decent spot. But once they did, then they kind of just kept going with it. And now we're enjoying the game that we have now. But, it also wouldn't surprise me if they kind of said, okay, well, that worked for us before. So let's just do that again. Let's just work on making the game and make it good. And then once game good, we can tell people, hey, we made good game good. Do you want to play good game that we made good? And people will go, yes, we would love to play good game that you made good. What am I doing with this dumb helmet? I think the better question is, what did I do with this helmet back in 2022? What was I thinking? What was I doing? I don't know that these shapes actually work. Yeah, I don't think this actually makes any sense, like, at all. Chat, why didn't you stop me? Why didn't you call me out? I'm like, Kaige, your geometry doesn't make sense. Okay, that looks pretty good. And then we'll just do like this. Have one of these guys going down that way. Save. If I'm leaving the midsection pretty, like, easy and uniform, but we should probably do something around the legs. We open up. I'm not sure how much I ever take pictures of my Explorer or my Traveler. I take pictures of the ships and the planets a lot. Let me see what my screenshot folder looks like. The other day, I opened up Steam. Yeah, here it is. So there's a new section on the store page called Your Personal Calendar. And it's literally showing me 2 to 5 games for every day of the week. Like new games that are coming out that Steam thinks I will like. So it's showing me like a dozen games for this week alone. I'm like, cool? That's too many goddamn games. There is no way that I am keeping up with that many. Okay, yeah, so I have a bunch of screenshots of my character from behind because it's kind of hard to get the camera. Like, you have to go into photo mode to get it to show your character from the front. But we can work with this. This is good enough. All right, I'm not gonna do literally what my character is wearing. I'm gonna kind of make my own decisions about it. But I'll pull some of the ideas. Here, you know what? I'm gonna flip it. Not quite happy with what the groin is doing yet. That's a bit better. All right, cool. I do want to keep this trim line. I think we'll just make it less prominent of a feature, yeah? So we can sort of have different elevations of the different materials. I think that works pretty well. It's not too complicated, but it's still interesting. All right. I should do something a little bit more with this hand than just kind of a, yeah, probably. I'm not going to stress it too much, but definitely want to have something to show for it. Oh, so I mentioned on the Discord, but back in June, I started working on some key art for the debut. I wasn't too happy with it, but I got it to a point where I was like, okay, it seems like it's working. And then I looked at it over the weekend. I pulled it open to see if I want to put some more work into it. And I was like, no, this sucks. I didn't delete it or anything, but it's dead. It's dead to me. So I started another one. I was like, no, this also sucks. So finally, I did a third one. I'm like, okay, I think this is working. So I think we got it. I think I've got a drawing for the debut that I'm gonna be happy with. Now I just need to actually get it done in time for the debut, which, you know, easy. Just throw it on the pile. I did get one thing done today. It was mostly done. I just sort of popped it open today and looked at it and was like, am I happy with this? Yes. So saved it out. It's ready to go. So we are actually getting there, chat. I'm promised we are making progress. I'm not just blowing smoke. There's enough smoke being blown. Don't need my help with that. We are getting towards having an actual debut sometime this season. I'm still shooting for next month. See, this is the challenge, right? It's like you can handle everything yourself, which is cheaper. It'll take a lot of time. Or you can outsource stuff to people and commission them to work on it, but then that costs a lot. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna adjust the perspective on this just a little bit. Try and get this to line up with the shoulders are doing a bit better. Good. And then let's thicken this out a bit too. Good. All right, save that. Good. All right, let's come back in because I'm not. I mean, the face is fine. It's not good, but it's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. But if we say it's fine enough times, maybe we'll start to believe it. I think we just need to slim the head down a little bit. I still haven't started watching the new Ghost in the Shell. I'm trying. It's getting to the point where people are starting to really talk about it, and I gotta dodge spoilers. I'm like, oh no. Apparently, the animation for the third episode just goes insanely good. I really want to check it out. I'll have to get to it soon. But I don't know. If I gotta subscribe for it, I want to wait for most or all of the show to be out, you know? So it's not ready yet. The show isn't done yet. No, I think I mentioned I finished Witch Hat Atelier, and the final episode like doesn't resolve anything. Like the show just gets to a certain point in the manga. It gets to the end of a chapter in the middle of an arc, and then the show just ends. Like, clearly they're banking on there being a season 2, but I'm like, you guys should have just saved this arc for season 2. I don't know why you put this here, but it's just so frustrating. Yes, I continue to be salty about it. Alright, that looks better. Now I think I need to... this back a little bit. I'm gonna bring the chin out a little bit more. Good. Alright, that looks a bit better. Alright, I'm gonna take a brief detour. Don't wind it out a little bit more. There we go. That feels pretty good. Take a brief detour and decide how I want to do this drawing for this part of the drawing, because like either one could be good. Probably end up doing just the perfectly vertical, just because that's always so much fun. Do we do like 3 ships flying vertically, or do we do a little bit of a perspective so it's more of like a flyover? I feel like either one could look really good. Either one could look really nice. And to be fair, looking at the box art has done both approaches. So who knows? Oh, did I ever take a shot of my ship? I think I've taken a bunch of shots of the Corvettes. I don't think I ever took a screenshot of my solar ship. Oh shit, I forgot about my Sentinel ship. Oh, my Sentinel ship. Shit, hang on. I'm not gonna bust open the game right now. Okay, let's do the Sentinel instead of the shuttle. That'll work. Sentinel's kind of like... Oh, shit. I might just rough it out and then go take some screenshots in game, and we'll revisit this later once I have a better point of reference. Wait, I would take a screenshot of my Corvette, or I would use my Corvette in the drawing. But I don't know what my Corvette looks like, because I can never decide on what I want my Corvette to look like. Well, looks pretty good, though. I'm trying to... Honestly... Okay, so nudge it a little bit so it doesn't tangent with the halo, but the fact that the rings kind of cut right through the face makes it a good guiding line. I think that works out, actually. Okay, now that we have sort of a better sense of where that's going to sit, we can bring the character back up. It's not, like, exactly halfway. There we go. Yeah, good. I don't know. I think I do prefer the angled shot. I think if we made them like perfectly vertical. Or perfectly orthogonal, rather. Like, it's not bad. It's cool. It's a cool formation, but I kind of like the depth in this one. So yeah, let's leave the ships for next time. I'll take some screenshots. I'll go in the game and grab some screenshots just so that we have something to actually work off of. This looks a little weird somehow, like it's too rounded. That's better. Important thing to remember, especially when you're doing low angle shots like this, is that humans have an actual chin block. Like there, it doesn't go up to the edge and then just sort of jumps across. It actually kind of comes down. Like there's a prominent bony structure right there. Then you gotta respect, or else your face looks very sort of strange and it doesn't have the right shape. It doesn't have the right feel. Fun fact, thing I learned in my anatomy class: the chin block is the only feature that humans have distinct to themselves. It's not thumbs. It's not anything about brain physiology. Chin block. None of the other primates have it. So yeah, if you're ever, there's your little bar trivia gimme for the night. That for later. Ooh, do that later. Taking first. Oh, the perspective on this is getting all kinds of fucked up. Hang on. Walk it back, walk it back, walk it back. There we go. Good. Good. I can't remember what I ultimately based this helmet off of. I think it was sort of like a combination of like a Halo helmet and the one I was using in No Man's Sky. Like it's sort of part ODST, part No Man's Sky. I think the one advantage that a lot of gear-based games will say that, like Final Fantasy, WoW, Destiny, wind up having is that they have to keep making new visual elements. Like they need to make new artwork for all of the new equipment, all the new gear. And so the sort of the benefit of that is you wind up with a lot of cosmetics or a lot of pieces to do fashion with, right? And you can find something that really sort of works for you and gets the look and feel that you want for your character. Whereas, you know, Elite Dangerous, No Man's Sky, I would say even some games like Diablo and whatnot, you know, they'll put cosmetics in the game, but since it's not a focus of the game, there's never as many. So you're always sort of doing the best you can with what is there. You know, even Helldivers has equipment that you can get in the war bonds, and the different equipment gives you, you know, small benefits to, you know, this or that little element of your performance, right? And you can be like, oh, okay, well, I like this particular armor because it gives me this benefit. Or you can be like me and be like, well, this one's a really cool coat and I fuck with it, and I'm not wearing anything else. It doesn't matter what the stats are. Um, but yeah, like I and you guys have seen when I do the Helldiver stuff, it's like, okay, well, so this is the armor that I'm wearing, and I like the look of it enough that I don't have to change it that much, but I still make little tweaks here and there. Whereas in No Man's Sky, for me, it's very much kind of a feeling of like, all right, well, this is what I will take inspiration from what I'm wearing in game, but I'm really not going to like adhere closely to the gear that is in the game because it's not exactly the look that I want. That's fine. I'm not saying it looks bad. It's just, you know, if I had the chance to design the suit myself, I would do other things. Double checking. Okay, yeah, I see. I see. This works fine. I think I do want to expand this out slightly. Give more of like a proper space for the lower head inside the helmet. I don't know why, but the ODST helmet is just like one of my favorite sci-fi helmet designs that anyone has ever done. It's just so good. I don't want to do exactly that, but I am looking at it for reference. Okay, good. Remember, we gotta flip this back at some point. That helped me remember. Good. All right, I think that's looking a little bit better. A little bit better. A little bit at a time. Simplify this a little bit. Make it less one big unit that wouldn't be flexible. I think we are going to run into some of that with the arm being as raised up as it is. Well, what would probably actually happen is the harness would just sort of get brought up with the shoulder. So, if anything, I'm not doing this correctly. Do this really quickly. And then we'll try and fix it. I think what would actually sort of happen. So just to do a little draw over and visualize what I'm thinking. So the shoulder line is going like that, right? And then the rib cage is sort of like this. So the harness to sort of be more in line with what the shoulders are doing, right? It's sort of getting hoisted up. Whereas right now it's sort of contorting or deforming to keep aligned with the chest. Right, so like this should drop down a little bit. So yeah, this is sort of getting, and then like the harness part is sort of getting tugged up along with it, and that might be bunching the fabric of the suit as it sort of gets pulled along for the ride. That makes more sense. Okay, cool. I'll go with that. I'm going to pretend that that works, and we'll just roll with it. Okay, and then I want to shrink this sort of side element down like that so that it's less prominent in the shape. Do more like so. Okay. You know, I see some folks debate, you know, is the Project Wingman soundtrack or the Ace Combat 7 soundtrack better? And I don't know. I feel like it's a dumb argument. You know that meme of the artist who sees, or the cake maker that sees, another cake on the table is like, wow, they made such a better cake than me. Man, I shouldn't even bother. This cake is just so much better. Like, people are gonna like this one a lot more. And then, someone else comes over and is just like, holy shit, 2 cakes! I feel like it's the same thing with this. It's like, it doesn't matter which one's better. They both rule and we get to enjoy both of them. Like, it's not some zero-sum game where we have to choose one and the other soundtrack gets deleted forever. So why do we need to pick a best, like, a clear winner and loser? And it's just the internet being the internet, but it's a weird thing to me. Like, the Final Fantasy fandom does this constantly of, is Uematsu or Soken the better composers? Like, I don't know, they're both really good. And they make really good music and have been doing so for decades. So we have literal hours of content to enjoy. Why do we need to say, like, oh, this is objectively better than the other? If you're getting into a point where you're having choice paralysis on what to listen to, it's like, I think you need to get that sorted out with yourself. That's not something to have the internet debate on. I don't know. People love to be right about things. Also, I did not see it, but I did not watch the game. I heard the game because on Sunday we were doing a big old family picnic and there was another group there that was watching the game. So we heard when the exciting bits happened. But congrats, Spain, on the World Cup. Congrats, Miku, on your sightseeing tour around the world. I hope you had a good time. I would like to say that I called it. I was explaining, though I left it out to some people, that it was the Miku curse. That Japan, or Brazil, beat Japan 2-1 and claimed custody of Miku. And then Norway beat Brazil 2-1. And then England beat Norway 2-1. And then Argentina beat England 2-1. And Spain ended up beating Argentina 1-0. But it was still a 1-point gap. So I'll say that that's the curse. I'll say that's still the Miku curse. I don't know, man. Maybe just getting custody of Miku lights a fire in the players' hearts. So I don't know if Miku goes home now or if she's just Spanish until the next World Cup. Hmm. Okay, I want to see. Oh, interesting. Wow, Astronaut Glove has a really crazy grip to it, which that makes sense. You really don't want to have Butterfingers in space. Of all the places to have a shitty grip in your glove, the Infinite Void is probably the worst place to have it. That the Knife Factory. Knife Factory would also be really bad. But Infinite Void probably still worse. There we go. Alright, and then this pinky's looking a little fucky. It's a little weird. Okay, yes, I did flip the entire drawing. I think. I know the planet was the other way. No, it wasn't. Oh, Chad, I fucked up. It's okay. We can just flip the character around. We don't have to flip the entire image. We have that technology, as it turns out. Looks pretty good. I'm just gonna... Alright, good. Thankfully, at this angle, we don't really need to do a lot of the tech greebling on the armband. We just gotta sort of do the underside of the equipment. Saves us a little bit of effort. Alright. That's getting there. Alright. I think I like it. I think I like it. Alright, let's go ahead and save and then we'll flip it back. Yep. Okay. I don't think I want to get too like lost in the weeds on like the tech greebling of the backpack or anything, just because I don't know, like I could put a bunch of work into figuring it out right now, but I feel like even if I do, I'll just have to go back and touch it up a bunch later. So fuck it. I'm just not gonna worry about it. I'm just not gonna do it. And we'll figure it out later. I have a bunch of screenshots from the game, just like Google image search. I'm just scrolling through them and Clippy showed up from nowhere, and it's because when they introduced the Corvette, someone like made a Clippy ship. So I just got Clippy jump scared. I'm just like, right. What a weird game. What a weird, wonderful game. Okay, so we got all of that. I think, yeah, that looks fine. And then I had these Triforce shapes on here before. Yeah, we can keep those. We can include those again. I was thinking about trying to make them into my logo instead, but I think they work fine as Triforce designs. Alright, that looks good. 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 Right, yeah. Okay. I think we've got about enough out of the sketch. Like, there's definitely a lot of rough edges. It's more rough edges than smooth, but I think it gives us at least enough to work off of that we can move forward. So let's go ahead. I want to clean up the eyes just a hair. Good. All right. I need my model sheet. I need to pull that up. One moment. Oh, fuck me. I was working on the new model sheet. And then I stopped working on that. Because I'm a chud. Alright. Here, let me write it down before I forget. That looks good. Alright. Well, we can do. What are we doing first? Sure, eyes. Fuck it. Why not? That's not the right color. My hair is purple, but it's not that purple. suppose it could be more purple. What would that entail to be more purple? I don't know. I'll have to think on that one. I wonder if YouTube Studio has effects for individual parts of a model. That could do it. I don't think it does. I feel like it only works on the entire model, or not at all. I haven't really messed with the effects system that much. I know you can exclude it from items you attach, but I don't think you can exclude it from the entire model, or restrict it to only part of the model. Okay. I have no idea where I pulled the colors for this suit originally. So I'm just going to copy them from the drawing and we will figure it out. Thinking really quickly because a lot of the suits in the game have sort of a chaps appearance going on, but the contrast on it is not normally this intense. I feel like this is a bit distracting, but we'll see what it looks like once we get the other plate in. See if it just feels a little more balanced. Let's do this. Let's do this. Do like a 50% on it. I think that'll work. Oh, and then the belt can be our original. I think that works. Yeah. Good. Okay. And then we need, what do we need? Excuse me. Need this color. It's very bright though. This is not that bad against. Actually, yeah, it does make sense. Let's check out. Okay. So the entire backpack has to be this color. Helmet. I think I want it to be a little bit darker, but let's also kind of see what it looks like once we get the background a little more toned in, right? Because right now it's against a white background, so it kind of throws off the balance of everything. Good. Okay, and then yeah, let's grab finish for this part as well. And then this can be for the inside of the glove. Like that. I don't think I like the dark paneling on the front of the thighs. I do like having it be separated like that, but I think it doesn't quite balance the way I want it to. Yeah. I think what we'll do is spread this out a little bit farther. Is what we're gonna do. We're gonna have another layer we'll call trim. I'm gonna use our signature purple. And that's gonna go right here. Actually, yeah, let's grab this. Just gonna do the visor color. Go down the side. Then go down the accent. Like that. And then it also needs to be this little bit right here. All right. I really gotta get that model sheet done. Like, it's fine that I can keep using this one for now, but I really do want to improve it. Get all the up-to-date elements. I ended up not having it ready in time for art fight, so I never signed up for that. I think it could have been fun too, but too much else going on at the end of the day. Pour some more tea real quick. Hmm. Got the pupils. Good. All right, and then we need skin toning. Temperature of it. And we need the eyeliner. I always forget the eyeliner. While we were visiting family, well, the extended family had their kids there, and it was a very weird reminder to hear a young kid, like 5 or 6, saying we're cooked and remembering, oh, that's not just something that chronically online Twitch users say. Like, shit, right, we kind of borrowed that. Cool. That looks good. Yes. Okay. What am I forgetting? Eyeshadow. God damn it. Good. Oh, and I've got here. There. And then grab this. And okay, cool. So I think that looks good. Before I put any more into it, I want to do something with the background. Just so we're getting something a little bit more tonally true. Say true. The funny thing is, No Man's Sky puts so much color in their space. It's like, well, do I make it space colored or do I make it No Man's Sky space colored? I feel like for this one, it's more appropriate to do. I guess we could go for something in the middle, right? We could sort of like a gradient. That seems nice. That's a cool color. I mean, it almost feels like sky, but that's fine. You can't take the sky from me. And then I'm just gonna rough in a color for the planet for right now, and we'll figure out what we want to do with it later. Because I sure as shit don't know. What do you mean that's as big as you get? Sounds dirty when I say it like that. Let's see. Saturn's rings are kind of yellow, right? But are they yellow because they're reflecting the light of the planet? Or is it? Hmm. Hmm. These are the questions. Oh, that didn't work nearly as well as I'd hoped it would. That's okay. We'll figure it out. You know what? Fuck it. This isn't working. We'll figure it out. Figure it out. Oh, I fucked up. Alright, hang on. That actually looks really cool. Wasn't really even intentional, but I'll take it. That'll do. Yeah, I don't want to start putting a bunch of work into the plan until we know what color we want it to be, is the thing. Hmm. The last one we did was orange. What do you think, chat? What color should our little planet be? Blue? We could make the whole background bluish, like shades of blue, and then the character would stand out pretty strong against that. That might be a good idea, actually. That might be a good idea. Why don't we try that? See what that looks like. And the planet be like this sort of sea blue. And then the rings more of like an icy. Maybe too green there. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I think that could work because then the rim lighting on the character could be that sort of blue tone. And I think that would play really fun. Let's go for that. Democracy. It's the democracy of exploration. The freedom to go where you will and do as you please. Hello, Genetic. Happy Choomsday. Hope you're having a good week so far. Welcome in. Alright, so we're gonna use, I think we'll use like this for a shadow tone. See what that looks like. Let's give it a gander. There we go. Now, do I know how to do a shading sphere? And all my years as an artist trained me for this moment. It almost looks like a Gundam flight suit, which frankly, I'm kind of here for it. I haven't been watching much of it lately, but I started watching the original Mobile Suit Gundam from the 70s. There's still some damn good charm to that show. Also, they had a really good sense of like demonstrating the power level between different characters. Because you've got it all. Char is the main character. Char is the thing that allows Mobile Suit Gundam as a show, as a concept, to be successful. Because at least the way the show initially presents it is the Gundam runs off of a learning computer that the more combat it goes through, the smarter the better it is able to take its pilot's inputs and translate it into actually functional like combat that means you don't die. Also, it's just made of an incredibly durable material that is able to shrug off like way more damage than pretty much anything else the Federation has made. Hello, Sonic. Happy Choomsday. I hope you're having a good week. Hope you're staying hydrated, safe. But throughout the show, you see what Char, as you know, one of Zeon's aces, is able to do. That he takes a 6-person strike team, and without mobile suits, just them in like regular spacesuits, completely outwit and body an entire space station. Like they're just so much better that the Federation is constantly on the back foot. Right here, this is gonna be. That's too damn hot. We'll stay safe, dude. Make sure to drink lots of water and do what you can. And that goes for everybody. Like, if it were just the Gundam versus your, like, flavor of the week enemy, your flavor of the week, oh, you know, Dion's latest baddie, then you're like, why is this even a thing? Because Amuro and the crew of the White Base just continue to win over and over and over again, right? Why is this a conflict? Why is this a problem? But then, like, Char is like, yeah, the normal, your rank and file soldiers ain't shit. Like, we're so much better, and then we're struggling against the Gundam. We cannot beat this thing no matter how hard we try for some fuck-ass reason. And, like, every other episode, Char is, like, on the verge of a breakdown, because it's like, why can we not defeat this fucking rookie? Why is this so hard? Also, not for nothing, and this is one of those just really funny things that sort of power crept through the franchise. Because nowadays, you know, Gundam and by extension, mecha and beam weaponry is like, well, yeah, that's like the default is you have a beam weapon, you have beam swords, or, you know, beam cannons and whatnot. But one of the things that caught Char off guard was when the Gundam first deploys with its beam cannon, and he's like, that's a fucking battleship gun. Like, they took the gun off of a battleship and gave it to a mobile suit. That is way more power than should be possible. But, you know, the first Gundam had a beam laser, so then all the Gundams need to have beam lasers. So it just kind of became like commonplace for Gundams to have beam weapons, and now you have little drone satellites that can shoot an entire matrix of beams and just slice you into ribbons. It's like, okay. Power creep is a hell of a drug. I don't know. Sometimes it's fun just to sort of go back and be like, oh, this is where it started. This was the original idea that is sort of propagated out through all the inspiration and mimicry of the following decades, and we get to the version that we have now. Due to health and safety, I've not had to. Thankfully, I have the AC unit for when it does start to get concerningly hot, but it doesn't get hot enough here that we've had to just be like, no, we can't do it. And all things considered, the summer has been kind to us so far. Yeah, no, at that temperature, you should definitely prioritize your own well-being over maintaining a schedule. I know a few days ago, you guys know Faye. We've raided her channel a few times. But um her AC broke. And she was saying she had to cancel the stream because, like, yeah, we can't be in this heat, especially with the computers going. All right, I think that looks pretty good. So I'm going to drop that down lower because I don't like how... Oh, actually, idea. Hang on. Thinking, processing. What's this going to look like? Oh, it looks bad. It looks real bad. All right, hang on. Okay, it doesn't look as bad like that. It's too intense. But if we could, like that, and that goes like that. Okay, it's not as bad. Not as bad. But what if we set this to color instead? And we drop that like that, and then we bump this up a little bit. That's okay. See, it's too flat though. I kind of like it being overlaid just because I feel like it keeps more richness in the drawing, and I kind of like that. Particularly the skin tones, I feel like get lost more. Okay, I'm gonna set one more just to drop this to like a 30%, just so we get a little bit of that fill in. I think that balances pretty nicely. Yeah, let's do that. Ooh. Okay, that's kind of fun though. Like it's kind of stupidly strong, but it's also kind of fun. I kind of like it. Okay, let me look up one thing really quickly because so No Man's Sky draws a lot of its like visual aesthetic from sci-fi novels of sort of the mid 20th century, right? The 50s, 60s, 70s. So I'm kind of wondering, like, I'm browsing some reference on those really quickly to sort of be like, what did those really look like? Okay. So yeah, they did have a full range of values. They had some darks and some lights. Okay, sure. Behold, the bone people. That makes sense. All right, but I think we have a good sort of value range here. Good. Don't need to get really specific with it right now. Mostly just sort of making sure that everything gets arranged to work with, right? We have sort of the full arrangement of colors that we're going to need. Yeah, that's very kind of rubbery wet right now, right? But once we actually sort of go in and properly apply things where it's supposed to show up, I think it'll start to make more sense and look better. There we go. Oh, I'm gonna name this a better something so that I actually know what the fuck I'm looking at. Alright, and then if we take this and make it a little bit brighter, it's gonna be our backlight tone. Out of curiosity, what's this look like with the dodge? Yeah, see, it doesn't quite work as well, I would argue. I think this gives a better sort of rim light effect. Take a breath, 'cause the night you're gonna. I'm not quite happy with the length, but we'll figure it out. Now you might say, Kaiga, you're never happy with anything, and that's correct. that works. Okay. I think I don't think we're missing anything at this point. No, no, it looks good. Okay. Well, I think that means we can get into it. I think before we do, I'm gonna take just like a 1 to 2 minute break. I'm still doing okay on the water department, but could use a little stretch. So yeah, let's do that. I'll be back in just a minute, but it'll be a good opportunity, everyone. Do those human things. Top up on water if you need it. Stretch, use the bathroom, whatever you gotta do. And I will see you all in just a little bit. All right. Let me get you something free. All right, that'll do. All right, see y'all in a minute. Woo! Alrighty, chat. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. Y'all have a good break. Everyone properly refreshed. Excellent. Excellent. Let's banner down. There you are. Going. I forgot about this guy. Look at this little goober. So cute. You can stay down there for today. Let's see. Okay, yes, so we're gonna get started on Paintover stuff. Let's do that. So, I was learning an interesting story while I was visiting my family. And I'm it's Star Wars a Cloud Chat, but I swear this is going somewhere interesting. So, one of the things that has been sort of brought up as a point of weirdness, I suppose, about Star Wars a few times is how come nothing seems to like change in terms of technology, right? You take a ship or a suit of armor from, the old Republic, the Sith War era, or the Mandalorian Wars, 3,000 years in the past, and then you put it up against the Imperial era, the Galactic Civil War, and it looks very similar to one another, right? There's a lot of stuff that just doesn't seem to change very much. And, real world jumping in, some of that does just kind of come down to, well, we have a particular look and feel that we expect from Star Wars, and we're not going to deviate from that too drastically, right? We are a little bit locked in with that, for better or worse. But there's a YouTube channel that I watch sometimes. They get a couple of arguments about, more sort of canonical reasons as to why that might be the case. And one of the big ones that they brought up was, a lot of what we see is technology that has been sort of built and maintained in the space of the Galactic Republic. And typically, big central governments, especially stuff of that sort of scale and, reach, are going to be predominantly concerned with maintaining status quo, right? Because they have everything sort of operating in a way that works well enough for, the whole or the majority of the population. And you have sort of this legacy technology that it would be too disruptive to try and replace everything. So you kind of just go with what works. And that is easier to sort of keep going than to introduce some disruptive technology that would have to, sort of be propagated throughout the entire galaxy. So I was reminded of that because over my trip, I learned, so way back in the day, like mukashi, way back in the day, the Roman Empire, as they were, expanding across Europe and building out their infrastructure, had a very, very famous road network that connected all of the cities and settlements and colonies and whatever else. And the standard design rule was that the roads had to be the width of two asses, or the width so that, two single donkey carts could pass each other comfortably, or, a two donkey cart could reliably travel on a Roman road, because that was really common. And, the Roman Empire did Roman Empire things. It rose, it fell. And all of the Europeans who sort of followed in the vacuum, they didn't just, die off. They obviously continued to live and occupy the space and make use of the stuff that the Romans had built. And so, you know, as we go on through the centuries, the roads that the Romans had established continue to be used by people. And as we get into the industrial era, many of those roads end up getting converted into rail lines. But, they were so well established and everything had sort of been built around them, the gauge of the train track is still based on the 2-ass rule. So you have this completely divorced technology that is using a measurement from like 1,500 years prior. And then during the construction of the ISS, because, it wasn't just the United States that was building it, it was, as the name implies, an international cooperative effort. You had modules that were being built in Europe and had to be carted around by train, which means they needed to fit on train cars that operated on these gauges that were established by roads that needed to fit 2 donkeys side by side. So one of the greatest accomplishments of human technology, a station that has been floating above the earth for something like 20 years or more, is based on a 2,000-year-old metric. So yeah, some things just have staying power because it's like, well, it works. It works. Or we just built so many legacy systems on top of it that getting rid of it would just be impossibly disruptive, and we can't. So we're just gonna stick with it. I don't know if there are any modern manufacturers that sort of do this, but a few of the ones in the Star Wars canon are like, yeah, we have just sort of standardized our production process and the parts that we use, that like every ship that we make is serviceable with the same system. You don't need to worry about like, oh, do we have some, BMW motherfucker that like you have to go to a specialty, and it's like, no, this you can find this part so ubiquitously that you can get it repaired anywhere. And all of our models are like that. So it's just super convenient to improve upon them, modify them, keep them maintained. You don't need to worry about like, oh yeah, we outmoded your ship like 10 years ago and you can't find any more parts for it. It's really, no one likes their ship getting outmoded, right? There we go. What happened there? I just picked up a random color. Alright. It's fine. Raised arms are always such a pain in the ass to draw. Like fully elevated, fully raised. I think the main problem is just that I don't have enough volume realized yet. Stars set in your head is meant to destroy you. The summer storms and preparation will not get hurt. All that you want, take the world away, will never make it through. Justifiable without your soul. Just let it go. To watch them blow. To watch them blow. You can leave somebody but no one ever got close. Make you look up now. Every single you give up. If you lay down your about you. Cause the fire burns. Just let it die. Just the fire burns without your soul. Just let it die. Washes out. I left the sketch very ambiguous in a lot of places, which I think is fine. I think we're going to be sort of figuring a lot of the little breathables and details and layering stuff out as we go. And I think if I tried to get too particular with it in the sketch, it wouldn't really help us out that much at the end of the day. So look it. Not gonna help us get to the end result. Doesn't really matter. I'll do it again. I think it's coming together. A little at a time. It's getting there. I somehow managed to not get any backlighting on the purple anywhere. So that's weird. That's a little oopsie. I'm just gonna put a little bit on for sampling purposes. Okay, cool. I don't know how that happened. I just managed to dodge it, I guess. Oh, you know what I forgot? I forgot the scattering light. Just grab some of that really quickly. Don't need a lot of it, right? Gonna put some like right to here. I've been looking at other people sort of doing the effect and kind of reevaluating like how strong I want it to be. I feel like there are times where I like layer it in a little too heavy. It should be a bit more reserved than that. So we'll keep it in mind as we go through this one. Nice. I can't go back. This is wrong. I'll find you. Just gonna make the metal a little bit darker. It's just a violence, the dream of finding the line in time. A time, not here by your side. This is what it sounds like. Oh, because I did was like, I got confused why it wasn't masking out properly. There we go. Oh, I see what I was trying to do before. Okay. I do actually kind of like that more. We'll see about having it. Okay, so yeah, this will add sort of a secondary nozzle. No, more of more of a cone shape. Excuse me. Sorry, like that. That'll do. That looks pretty good. Come on, get the shape. You can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you. Just randomly jump up here. And just start playing around with some of the backlighting effect, right? No, I got some reference right here. Sorry. Oh, I've got all this. I'm just dumb. Never mind. All right, it's a little better. Good. I like that. That looks nice. We can use some of this like deep in here, right? Really get that sort of occluded dark tone between the fingers. You can sort of relax its way up to the top. I'm gonna sort of artificially bump up the rim lighting along here. Especially once we get the ships in, I think the contrail from that might bounce off the fingers a bit. Purely for style points, right? Wrap around like that. Yeah, I think tomorrow's just gonna be a work day. I want to ride my bike, but I don't think it's gonna be a safe day for it. I'm just gonna end up staying at home, try and get stuff done, get stuff ready. I might play some Beat Saber or something, just to get some activity in. Stay home. It's all gonna burn with a love and love. Take a switch and light up the night. There is a city that the stars can hide. It's a bit of heat on my skin and this mess when you and I. You and I. It's a naked night. You and me can light up the night. So you gathered up to sold it to the devil and now it's gone to hell and they wonder how. What would we do if we had lost? Speaking of life from a burning screen. Light up the night. There is a city that the stars can hide. I feel the heat on my skin and this mess wearing where you and I. Right. Oh god, there's a bunch of Greebles. God, Greebles. Greebles for days. Greebles for days. Alright, that's fine. We will work those in later. Oh, wait. 14 Fan Fest is in like a week. Last see. No, not 25th? I think it's the 25th. Yeah, 25th. So that's. Oh no, that's Saturday. Oh, that's good news. That's excellent. So now we might actually. Well, we got some information on the revised combat system that they're working on for 14. But hopefully now we'll get to see some more specifics. What I really want to see from them. So we saw a little bit of how some of the classes are getting updated, right? And sort of showing like, okay, you know, this is sort of how we're imagining their resource economy to work, and sort of they don't necessarily have they don't have the 2-minute rotation anymore, which Rip Bozo will not be missed, but they'll still sort of have an ebb and flow of building resources and spending them. But each job is going to be sort of more independent in their pacing and their timing, rather than sort of everyone building around the same accumulation and spending, and everyone sort of being ready to go for that 2-minute pop at the, you know, and trying to sync off of each other. So that part sounds great. I'm looking forward to that. But what I want to see from them is how they're expecting some of the battles to go now. Like, you know, there's sort of a requirement, essentially, of, well, if you have a fight where you know the players are going to have their 3-minute burst window, you can't have the boss run away at the 3-minute burst window, because everyone will be sitting there on their resources, or worse, in some cases, the resources will be burning out. And that just feels bad, right? No one wants that from the fight. It's just not fun. So, you know, the question that sort of arises is like, okay, well, so if you're getting rid of the requirement that the battle has to sort of run on the 3-minute tempo, because none of the classes are sort of looking for that to happen anymore. You know, if the healers are going to be more focused on healing, if the tanks are going to be, you know, more focused on management and mitigation, if the DPS are all going to sort of be running at their own pace, how are the fights going to look with all of this? Right? Are we going to be seeing more mechanics that will require people to synergize their behavior? Is it going to be less sort of timing driven and more, you know, you've hit this threshold and now this happens? I want them to have some sort of DPS check in the game. So there are DPS checks now, right? Where it's like, oh, you know, the boss is charging this ability and you need to burn X amount of damage into them before it completes, or you have to hit all of these ads or whatever the case may be. And if you succeed, then you take survivable damage, and if you fail, then you wipe and start again. I want to see a fight that has a soft check. So, for example, there is a frequently used ability in the game, but it was introduced by Needhog. So, regardless of the name, you sort of get this thing where, whatever did it first is sort of the name that it always gets referred to by. So it's called Awkward. And it is a stacking mechanic. So the party needs to pile in together, and it does a repeated attack like 4 or 5 or 6 times and does damage that gets spread out across everybody in the stack, right? So you can't just sort of burst heal it and walk away. You have to sit there for the entire stack and, sort of mitigate and heal through it. Because if you just wait for all the damage to be put out, people are going to die. And if you just heal right away, then you don't deal with the repeated hits. I think Nihon even kind of did this prior to hitting his enrage. That he would just sort of go into like a fury mode before he did his party wipe and just repeatedly throw Awkward's at you. And then when he sees that you're not dying from that, he's like, all right, I'm going to go Giggle Flare now. I want to see a fight where the boss goes, okay, I've hit like 65% health or whatever. I've landed on this mechanic, right? Within this range of health, within the 60 to 70 range of health, I have a number of abilities and I'm going to cycle through them semi-randomly. Okay, I've hit this threshold. Now for the next 5% of my health, I'm just going to repeat that one mechanic over and over and over again. You might say, well, that sounds really easy because you just need to do the same thing. Yes, but if it's a tank buster, and the tank already popped their mitigation to deal with the first buster, and now another one shows up, then the tank goes, healer? Help? And the healer's like, I can't help with that, man. So I feel like it could become a really interesting thing of, you kind of have to stagger the damage a little bit to try and get it onto mechanics that are easier for the group to deal with repeated hits of it, rather than just bum rushing damage as fast as you can and sort of rouletting onto a mechanic that's hard to deal with through the DPS check. And then it's like, okay, so we dodged the tank buster. Now we just have like repeated group damage. So I heard something shift. Anyway. Sorry, 1 second. I think we're good. Didn't see anything flicker. Anyway. Sorry. It's like, okay, so now we're dealing with just repeated group damage. So healers, just heal. Just keep everyone alive. That is the only thing that you should be worrying about right now, because if you don't, we're going to be taking so many stacks of attacks that people are going to stop dropping and we're never going to clear this DPS check. I don't know. I feel like that would be fun. I feel like it would be an interesting bit of strategy. And you're actually sort of like, you're not just racing the clock to the enrage, you're actually sort of measuring how you're doing during the fight, not just did you reach the end in time. I'm hoping that the changes that they're implementing allow them to be more flexible with the way they design fights. That's the big thing that I'm going to be keeping an eye on going into Berlin. So I'm hopeful. I would actually be really excited to be excited about 14 again. Like, I'm tentatively excited right now, but I want to see more of what they have in mind before I really am like, we're so back. But I still think I won't pre-order the expansion this time, just because, I don't know. I've pre-ordered the 14 expansions in the past just because I have been actively playing 14 at the time, and so it's like, yeah, I'm gonna play it, so I might as well get the pre-order bonus. But I think at this point, it's like that's not the sure thing that it used to be, and I would rather sort of wait and see for it all to come together and then purchase it once I get to the expansion. Yeah, that'll be a fun thing to keep an eye on this weekend. Very curious what they have in mind. What they've been cooking. Still not quite happy with how this arm is looking, but I think it's okay. It's certainly something that we can clean up. I think I just need to give it more volume. Trying to be a little too delicate right now. We need to go in with a chisel. You don't know how you There's a way out of this. Somebody tell me no. I know it's all gonna end, but I swear I don't know how. Keep on running out past until it hunts you down. Please, somebody tell me. Light up the city, live for miles and miles. I can see the flames, the storm rolling in. It's one more than blood watches over me. God, I hope it can wash this blood from my hands. Maybe we'll get out of this. There we go. There's no way back. There's no way back. Tell me. Alright, let me double check this because this is looking a little bit weird as we introduce more into the shading. Okay. Okay. Maybe okay. Maybe okay. Maybe not okay. Maybe it's all gone to shit. Who knows? We'll figure it out. I'm still free. Make me out. Come on, I can do this. Alright, that's looking a little bit better. It's feeling a little more understandable, balanced, something. I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna make a change actually. I'm gonna make this a little bit sharper of an angle, and then just sort of going off of what they did in the game. We're gonna convert the inner lining of the leg here. And then that'll sort of go down to this piece. I think that works a little bit better. Find something to put on. And then once we start adding some of the greebling and the construction, and I think that'll look nice. Listen to the sun till the voyage is done, and we'll be sleeping in the cold below. The stars below, going where the winds don't blow. As we roll down to the deep, we'll all be sleeping in the cold below. Sleeping in the cold below. Tips for the hard and the quick, and the long. There's a way to be made, but there's hell to pay when you're sleeping in the cold below. Oh, do you guys know anything about Soulframe? I know during Summer Games Fest, Digital Extremes brought it up again. Like, it is getting closer. I know. It actually looks interesting. Hard to say exactly what kind of game it's going to end up being, but when they originally sort of showed the concept, it seemed like they were essentially D was trying to make sort of like it was still kind of Warframe, but it was also kind of Dark Soulsy. Like it was slower combat than Warframe, which is not hard, but slower combat, more focused on like landing good hits and not just kind of blowing everything up. I never did watch TennoCon. I need to catch up on Warframe at some point. Not necessarily like mechanically, but I do want to know about the story. I don't know. I have the same problem with Warframe that I do with a lot of games, a lot of persistent games. I just feel like I cannot be bothered to grind it. You know, just the endless rivens and relics and you know marginal improvements on stats. It's like I can already blow up every enemy that I want to blow up. I basically have to go to Steel Path to be confronted with something particularly challenging. So I just don't really want to push that hard. I don't want to spend the time grinding it out. I appreciate that Warframe at least like shows their league tables, right? Like the wiki that DE updates themselves, right? Keeps up to date along with the community. Is like, yeah, here's the drop rate on this. And here's the estimated number of times that you will need to repeat this content before you are likely to get it and before you are effectively guaranteed to get it. You know, that's nice. I appreciate that. However, I'm just not really at a point where I want to repeatedly run the same content for the chance at loot. I don't really find that particularly fun anymore. I get why games do it. I just don't really want to be a part of it, you know? I don't really want to partake in that flavor of gameplay anymore. You know, some gameplay is going to be repetitive. And that's fine. But it's hard. You can't really make every instance of gameplay, especially in a big persistent game, completely unique. But when it is the exact same content, the exact same fight, the exact same whatever over and over and over again, it does get stale. It's one thing if you're like practicing a savage fight or you know something really hard, and it's like, yeah, you're gonna need to run this a bunch because you need to figure out how to beat it. That's different from you don't really need to work that hard at it, you just gotta do it a bunch. You know? It's a different thing. Sort of like I was saying with Against the Storm. You know, I held off on buying it for a long time because I'm generally not a fan of roguelikes. I don't know. The whole sort of like rinse and repeat style of gameplay. Not I'm not a huge fan of it in general. And so I saw that and I'm like, I don't know if I want to play a roguelike city builder. I feel like I really want to just, you know, get into building a cool town and go from there. But what I actually like about the roguelike element of it is, you know, in some games, I feel like I have my perfect strat, right? I have, okay, well, this is my build order or what I'm going to go for, and I'm going to do that, and that always works, right? It's my meta strat, and it's good. But with Against the Storm, it's like, okay, well, here, you know, there's 5 types of villagers that you can have. And each type has their own strengths and weaknesses and things that they are particularly good at. But you can only have 3 of them at a time, right? So you might get humans, beavers, and harpies, and then you don't get lizards or foxes, and you don't get the strengths of those races. But then you get the strengths of the other races, and it's like, okay, so what are we going to prioritize? What are the needs of those races? What resources are available on the map? What modifiers are we dealing with? So your strategy has to be adaptable because the things that you would use for your meta strategy are not always going to be there. So you gotta, you can sort of play for a plan of, oh, well, you know, I want to see if I can get to this. I want to, try and reach this endpoint or this thing that'll really sort of let me excel. But it's very luck driven. Need to do something for the belt. Trying to, okay, that's kind of cool looking. Almost looks like a seat belt from a plane. It's got the same sort of like lever latch. I think this is coming together pretty well. I like where it's going. Clouds are looking for you. I'm coming. Sweet. I just realized the male singer in this is the singer for Orpheus. Orpheus? Yes. Orpheus? Orpheus, right? Yes, it is. I love that Supergiant just has like the same people. They just keep coming back. I love that they have the one voice actor that's played like 3 or 4 villains. I feel like they just call him up. It's like, hey, we need you to play a bad guy. Where did he go? And he's already in the sound booth. Like, yep, let's go. Let's do it. Strong all too long. Speaking of which, it's only the one version. Oh, this one's good. Is it true to me? Is it true to me? Is it true to me? I follow the star together. Stay true to me. Stay true to me. Stay true to me. Follow the star together. Isn't it great to be young? Stay true. Stay true to me. Follow the star. What a good ass game. This going to spill out a bit more of the construction and the tech. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything definitively. Just sort of a thought I want to share with y'all. So, one of my friends in the area, parent, has some small kids, so obviously schedule is not super flexible, and sort of got a system of some sort going where they can get some time off from parenting duties, and sort of trying to see if people wanted to hang out. Unfortunately, the days that they were sort of able to wrangle are all stream days for us. So that was kind of an oopsie doodles, an unfortunate mismatch of circumstances, in a sense. So I don't want to like say, oh, we're gonna change things around, but I wanted to just sort of float the possibility, right? Because my schedule is a lot more flexible this summer than it has been ever, really, as far as the stream is concerned. I was considering the possibility of, well, we moved one stream to another day, or if we sort of bounce the schedule around, how would that look? How would that feel? Would that be okay? Would that be weird? And there are other things that would need to be taken into consideration, right? Because I would need to also move potentially the exercise days around, and it would be a big reshuffling to do that, right? So like I said, I'm not saying, oh yeah, we're gonna change it so streams are gonna be on like odd days or anything like that. I'm more just sort of thinking about it and thinking about like, would that work? What would that look like? I just wanted to bring it up with all of you, just to sort of explore whether that would be okay, moving one or a couple of the days around, or if you would not, if that would be weird and not good. So, you know, just thinking, just going through possibilities. I'm gonna give credit to past me. There was some stuff about this that was fucky, but there was some good attention to detail here as well. That's fine. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Like I said, not promising anything, not saying that we are going to do anything. I was mostly just kind of thinking about the possibility of it, considering whether we might go for something or not. Okay, this is not quite lining up. So what I'm gonna do is try to take this and this. So that's where it needs to be. Do this. Okay. All of this basically needs to shift like that. And then, I don't know, looking farther ahead to hypothetical futures, eventually when I get a new job, we're gonna have to change the schedule, right? Because that'll be very dependent on sort of what the job demands and when I have free time and when I don't. That's looking farther, so I'm not as concerned about it, but it will happen at some point. Hopefully. I hope it does. I'd be very concerned if it didn't. All right, go for a little bit more. I think it's getting there. It's just a lot that we're going to need to go in and clean up. Frankly, I do like a lot of the details that I included in the original design. Couple of things I think I'll rework or drop, but some of it is like, oh no, that was I was cooking. So let's put that back. Like, what's up? I'll actually just grab the yellow material that looks good. Probably put some edge work in here just to make it more sort of understandable that it's metallic. Doesn't isn't the same material as the mesh. Good. Oh, I see what I did here. Man, I put stupid amount of detail into this way back in the day. Okay. Good. And then you can go right there. Strap it on the bottom like that. Good. All right. I like that. I think just to sort of help make it clear how the torso is canting to one side, we can sort of wrinkle up the fabric like this, right? See.
time to love.
Nice.
When it's time for us to leave home.
I'm not sure I actually like how this buckle has gotten set up. Might run it back. I think it's okay. It's okay. We'll leave it for now. Good. It's definitely getting there. I definitely like where it's going. You know what? I think part of it is this is like flattening the shape out. Gotta respect the volume of the rib cage, you know? Chance of joy that you can. Alright, I was getting there. It was getting there. I'm gonna go ahead and merge this in just so I don't have any layer confusion.
We don't want the cold. Means no love, I do. Love. There's no time to love. Take every chance of joy that you can. Oh, and we love you. Oh, God, love and shine. Oh,
We like to ride on Wednesday, so I think I'll ride the exercise bike instead of going out. I think it's good. I think that is a good idea. I think the only reason to go out in the heat is if your house can't regulate the heat well and you need to get somewhere better. Obviously, certain temperatures and certain like humidity levels and stuff are more tolerable, but I don't know. I've been seeing a bunch about like heat bulb temperatures and everything, and just like, yeah, the actual temperature that your body is attempting to operate in is difficult, right? And can be deceptively limiting. So yeah, it's one of those things of like, it's better to just err on the side of caution. Find a movie to watch. What sort of movie you thinking? There are plenty of movies. K-pop Demon Hunters, Project Hail Mary. Would recommend either of those. I guess it depends on the kind of movie that you want to watch while you're writing. I'm gonna go ahead and say this one might take us a little bit longer. I don't really mind that. I'm just looking at it and being like, I intentionally, I would say, left it sort of open enough that there's a lot that we still need to sort of figure out and resolve with this one. But it does mean we're gonna be working on it for a little while. But you know what? That's okay. Must be more than a losing chance. Suppose I'm back. Anywhere to go. To prove I'm wrong. Walk away, I'll find you. Far away, I'll lead you to the water, to the water, to the water, to the water. Why do lot effort when little effort do good too? What it takes to be to the wild, to the wild, to the wild. All right. I think that's a good stopping point. Like I said, lots still to go. Lots to clean up on the character. I will go in and take some screenshots of my babies so that we have some good reference for the ships. Make sure to get that for next time. Might start there just to be ready for it. But I think we're off to a really good start. I like how it is coming along. It's got a good feeling to it. I like the color balance as well. I think having everything be a nice cool background will let things sort of layer in a very nice way. So I'm looking forward to seeing where this one goes. Where is there you are. But yeah, I think that's where we are going to go ahead and call it for tonight. Save the rest of this. So I'm not sure what we're gonna do on Thursday. We do need to get back into development, game dev stuff. We haven't really worked on that for a week or two. I will see if I can figure out something ahead of the stream. If we can, cool. If we cannot, then I don't know. We might just play some Hades. I need to find a cable for my game controllers. That might be a little bit of a hindrance, but we'll figure it out. We will have something to do on Thursday. I just need to figure out what. It'll be okay. But yeah, we'll figure it out by then. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. There's the right word. Everyone say good night to the VOD squad. And we are going to find somebody to raid out to. Bye, YouTube!